So we're probably live. I can see the 0 showing up. So let's go into the status update for this week. So this will be the next installment of the live streaming until I gain 2 to the Access channel members. So today we're doing 2 to the 3 equals 8. So that'll be our goal for the stream. And up in the corner there, it'll show up as new members 8. So the status update for this week is we're still waiting to hear back on the when the next hearing date is. So that's great. That means they haven't scheduled it yet. So it'll be it will not be before March 31st, and whenever it is, it'll be to actually argue the merits of whether eviction is necessary for the proposed extensive renovations. And so I also released, I guess it was last week, I released the video for the meetup at the University of Waterloo, and I included some shots of the campus and stuff, and that was just an interesting thing to see, like, would anyone even show up at all? So that was a positive experience. There was 20 people who attended, and we talked about some various things related to AI and all kinds of technical topics. It was a very, very interesting bunch of people. Went to the food and got some plaza, or went to the plaza and got some food. And for this week and next week, I've been working on another scripted long form video. So I won't say anything about that until I have it released. I don't like describing it too much until it's complete, because I may still yet get sidetracked with some other thing. Another thing I did this week, I finally got around to making the custom icons for channel members, and updates on the fans, computer fans. So I have the second ThinkPad fan that I ordered finally arrived, and it was supposed to be new. I had a good feeling about this one, but unfortunately it was another obviously used fan, because I could see there was what do you call it, thermal paste all over in various places. So that was a disappointment. That I was hoping to get a brand new one to put in this, because even this used fan that I got, that's in the other fan, in the other computer over there, is I can hear it like ticking, which is the problem it had before the last one failed. But I guess it's basically impossible to buy new replacement fans for ThinkPads. Yeah, so that's the status on that. So the fan saga has ended. I have my replacement fans. It's working better than it did before, and I have at least one backup used fan for the other one if that one fails. And so I guess I'll move on to probably chat, and then also the block mining simulation game. So we got our first chatter. Hi Robert from GameCode. How's it going? Next Gen Game says, hi everyone. The finger command is my favorite Linux command. Yeah, it's a pretty that one has an interesting history. I guess I don't have a video specifically on the finger command, but the video on the pinky command is pretty much focuses most of the video on the finger command that it's supposed to replace. Hey, Rob is using AI to help write cover letters for software jobs a bad thing? That's a good question. I mean, I guess the real question is, does it work? Does it get you a job? I would imagine. I mean, even back when in the pre-AI days, I think a lot of people said a lot of people were of the opinion that a cover letter is like kind of it's a waste of time. I think personally, I think a cover letter would make sense if there's some like specific reason why you would write one. So so if you if you knew someone personally and you're getting like a personal referral, you might put in like attention so and so. It's like the name of the person, like some knowledge that maybe isn't public, and then the name of the person who is going to be looking at the resumes, and then say like as per referral from so and so or something, or have some kind of information there that would get people's attention to be like, okay, this is not like the other resumes. There's something specific. There's some special reason why I should consider this resume as opposed to another one. But if it's just like generic, like, thank you so much for looking at my resume, I don't really think that's it's just wasting time. It's going to be if everyone does that, it'll just be a thing where everyone will use AI to filter that stuff out. My favorite command is the mtr command. Not familiar with that one. So the chat's a bit slower in the stream, so I'll default back to the block mining game. So I guess the last time I did a release, last time I even worked on this was November. It sorely needs more features. But I'm going to try to keep up the roll that I've got with the videos now to keep some of that much needed revenue coming in. I got to replace my old phone too. That's another technology always needs replacement. I was out somewhere trying to like follow directions to like find the next bus, and then it was at like 50% battery, and then it just turned off. So I think the battery's getting old. You ever played Zork 1? The Great Underground Empire. No spoilers for if you haven't. I haven't. I think I've seen someone mention that in the chat before. Have not got around to checking it out. I never played any of the so-called Gmud games. A lot of them seem to be like they're a bit too like narrative and text-based, which I guess it makes sense that they're text-based because they're on the terminal. But the idea of like reading stuff, I've never been a big reader in games before. It's just too much work. You seen JAI language? I have not. Does that have something to do with AI? It's the OG interactive literature game. Yeah, I'll have to make a note of that to do some research on prior art. I like your how to make a CPU vid. Yep, it's one of my, or I guess it is my most popular video. It had like 9 million something views last time I checked. So I made my my mark on educating people on how to make their own CPUs. That was exactly my intention by making that video. No, it's games replacement for game. No, it's for games. It's replacement for C++. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of languages that have tried to replace C++. But I guess they're... I mean, I think Java is a pretty... I mean, that's why I picked Java for this. Java's a pretty decent replacement. There's a lot of people try to create a lot of new languages, but I find they often don't really do too much with the language other than having some like interesting new syntax sugar. I think if you wanted to have a new breakthrough language, the main thing would be having like a really well built out standard library. And of course that requires a lot of work. Most places I worked at, it's either Java or C#. Yeah, I mean, from a business perspective, you really don't want to reinvent the wheel on anything. It's just way too much risk and very little upside. Because if you have some huge project written in a non-standard language, I think it's only a matter of time before you'll bring in someone and they'll be like, hey, why don't you rewrite this in Java or C#? I worked on one project where there was a previous developer that I guess the project was in Java, and then like he complained that it was too slow, and so he rewrote it in C++, but it was like full of memory leaks and crashes and stuff. And then I kept it in C++, but I fixed all the crashes and stuff, and I said, long term to the founders, you should really rewrite this in Java eventually, but that, it's a long-term thing. And meanwhile, it was written in Java. Need to check JAI. It isn't a hobby thing. It's nuts. Huh, interesting. I never heard of it. Why does everyone talk about JAI? Exactly what is better about it without focusing on language? Language euphemism type things. That's interesting. I've never heard of JAI. This almost made me think like, wait, is this one of those things where like a bunch of bots will come into my chat and then talk about some like weird cryptocurrency that I've never heard of? Because working with memory heaps in C++ is a pain with pointers. Yeah, that's been a common criticism. That's what Rust was supposed to solve, but like now we have to learn Rust, and we also have to learn JAI. Tech is dead, and I say this as someone with 20 years in the industry. There are only unscrupulous employers who stiff contractors. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I've been away from Like I haven't written a lot of code in the last, well, I guess it's only maybe been 3 months or so since I've written a lot of code. But when people mention these new languages, and like, I mean, I before I was kind of burned out on frameworks, but now I feel even more burnt out. Like if someone says like, oh, there's some new programming language, like my level of not care is so high now. It feels like there's really not much exciting. Like the exciting growth is not in like programming language development. It'll be in like AI or something, or even maybe like AI, using AI to assist in generating new programming languages, sort of to like fix faults in existing languages. Somehow Windows and Linux kernels they did 25 years ago. At least somehow I think that's not an issue. JAI creator hates Rust, so maybe that gives the idea of it. Yeah, there's too many people just. I think it's like a personal challenge. Like I mean, I wrote my own C compiler just because I was like, I'll just keep doing this until I get to a point where I can't do anymore. And then I realized like you just keep going and going and you learn more and more. And I mean, at one point I made me think like, because I learned enough about the language development of C that I thought maybe I could make my own language or something. But at some point, it's not difficult to make your own language. It's just extremely time consuming and the benefits are questionable. But it's such like it's a very nerd sniping problem. Old is gold. Hard to get a job knowing Rust. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. I know they were adding it a bit to the Linux kernel, which actually kind of surprised me. But then there was a bunch of drama recently with Rust and the Linux kernel, and I don't know anything about that. I just saw some like headlines, but I don't really care. That's like saying stone wheels are best. Why use rubber ones? Stone wheels are pretty good, but I mean you could also like stone wheels work for a while, but then they kind of fell out of fashion. I mean, it'd be kind of a better analogy if Rust was actually ubiquitous, but it's not yet anyway. Maybe it needs another, 20 years. Is your game running in the console window? It's running within a graphical GNOME terminal. So I guess it depends on yeah, so it can run. I can run it in a full console. Actually, maybe I could just demo that now. Yeah, might as well try to demo that. Actually, I have to. Let me think. I'll just let this go. I guess I should probably make it auto detect what terminal it's in. I think right now I have to explicitly tell it to use a restricted character set. Have your previous landlord been better or worse than this one? I mean, in every previous place I've lived, I haven't even thought about the landlord. It's not even been. I just kind of sign the thing and pay the rent, and then nothing really ever happens. But this landlord has been crazy. Okay, let's see. This is really hard to read. Restricted graphics, that's what I called it. All right, so this is what it looks like to run the game in the pure console. Oh. And so for the names of things, it just uses the first letter of the class name. Much better for performance. Yeah, last time I tried to demo this, it totally didn't work, and it just hang. And then I had to go do some deep dives to like completely refactor how it was measuring character widths and stuff like that. Now in the future, let's see if I do tab. So I can toggle between the main area and the inventory, but right now there's no like interactive anything. So in the future, the goal will be to make it so I can actually like navigate around in the inventory and stuff. But right now it just tries to print out the entire inventory and it gets cut off. What are plans for future content? Like which niche are you targeting? That's a good question. I mean, I guess historically I've been doing the Linux commands. I decided to kind of capture some of the broader audience that I brought in from the recent videos. I'm gonna try to do some more like kind of broad appeal, kind of like there's some like societal topics related to technology right now, and I'm going to try to focus on some of those, to maybe do a few videos of those, and because those can be viewed by a large audience, and they should bring in a little bit more money, and then when the money situation, if the money situation can continue to be good for a few months, then YouTube will continue to sustain me, and then I can maybe get back into some of the more hardcore technical content that I like to do. I'd like to work on this game a little bit more. but my algorithm for my business has been whatever makes money, do more of that. And right now the amount of money this game has made is like several $100s, whereas the long form videos have made, I guess, probably like $14,000 over the last few months. So it only makes sense to just do more of that for a little bit, and then there's a finite amount of experience and knowledge I have. So I've had some experiences recently with some of the things that are that relate to what's going on in the real world. So I'll make some videos and try and do a really nice presentation of my ideas and get that out there. But I've been working a lot on the script, and it's kind of just been a haphazard, like writing down random ideas, and then to try and figure out how to fit that together, so it's not just like random facts, and make it into a script that's actually watchable. The mayor of air conditioning says, "Good luck, Robert." Thank you very much. Make Roblox games. Yeah, Roblox is a really big deal, I guess. I never tried it, but I guess a lot of people. I don't even know quite how Roblox works. It's like some kind of like a amalgamation of lots of games or something, or it's like a game builder or something. I thought it was just like one game. I thought it was like some small clone of Minecraft or something. But I've come to learn it's insanely popular. Why do you think that is? People being drawn to life experiences, societal analysis, etc.? Or is it just close enough to political content that the algorithm can't help but push it? I think really, when you think about it, the more I put out videos, the more it makes sense to me how many views a given video can get, and I think it's related to the size of your channel too. So. Like if you do a video that's, if I do a video on some obscure Linux command, if that video gets like, 10,000 views or something, it makes sense that there's only 10,000 people in the world that really, really want to watch, that video on Linux, because like how many Linux users are there? Like how many people would say are like, Linux enthusiasts, like, serious Linux enthusiasts, maybe like, I don't know, 10 million or something like that. Maybe being generous, or maybe like, a million hardcore ones. And then if you say, probably it would be realistic to say only 1% of them have time to watch your specific video. Like just because you make a video on something that can appeal to someone doesn't mean they have time to watch it. There's probably lots of people that just work, they do Linux stuff all day at work. And they come home, they don't really have time to, oh, that's weird. It locked up. They don't have time to watch your thing, so it makes sense. And if you imagine a video like that got 10 million views or something like that, that would necessarily imply that there's the addressable audience out there for it that's like massive. You're getting close to like significant percentage of the world population, or the amount of people in a country. There's just not enough people to watch videos. And of course, like political, societal impact stuff. The more understandable it is, like my how to make a CPU video. I think there's a lot of people who, like everyone uses CPUs, and I think everyone has wondered at some point, how does a CPU actually work? So it does make sense that would get like quite a few views, and especially also if it's trending with the semiconductor shortage and Minecraft add-ons as a possible business too. They use JavaScript for Pocket Edition. They have a market for add-ons with monetization, etc. But I think it's as hard as any development. That almost sounds like it would be a very competitive landscape. Like there's probably some 14-year-old kids who have that market like totally cornered. I probably wouldn't even be able to compete. There's probably like a ton of kids that would like to do that stuff for free. And I've watched some videos actually about where people talked about some of those Minecraft add-ons, and it seems like it's a very fierce market to go after. There's like all kinds of shady tricks that people do, and like someone was suing someone for like trademark infringement for like a Minecraft add-on, and I'm like, wow, that's intense for something that's just an add-on to a game. Or no, I think it was like default maps. It was the single block, sky block or something. Huh, that's weird. My screen was freezing. I think the videos were successful because they were real good. Can't hear another video of a guy talking. To me, it landed a 300K job at Google by doing a boot camp. Yeah, I think having like novel information in a video is important. A lot of people just speak like off the cuff and don't really they don't really stop to think like, how do I say something meaningful? Like if someone made a video about like job advice or something, they'd say like, oh, you just gotta get out there. It's all about some numbers game, and it's useless kind of like platitudes. They wouldn't stop and think like, okay, what is some really specific information that's not already repeated 1,000 times, or like how to present some actual data. The pure console version is awesome. Are using the Ncursus library. I'm not right now, but I did have to use JNI to I had to build a JNI interface to use some like signal handling functions because there was no native Java version. So I may at some point in the future actually start calling out to Ncursus for certain things. I subscribed. You can stop already. Also liked. I'm this one's for 8 channel members. Why does your profile picture look so sinister? That's a good question. I was planning to do some more some kind of like trolly kind of just like meme-worthy content, but then I guess I never really got around to it. My plan, I guess plans kind of changed a bit. Because I was planning to do more of the like Linux focused content, but I was going to do some I was actually thinking about maybe experimenting with some like have some like popular song edits and stuff, and kind of like some of the more recent shorts have had more like cinematic stuff in them. So I was going to do some stuff with like colored lights, and maybe try to take some of the popular songs and then maybe try to get some views of like stereotypical like hacking scenes or something like that with a Linux command in it. That was the plan. And then my how to become a 37-year-old broke loser video, that one kind of blew up. And I said, this kind of makes sense. But eventually I would like to get around to that content. I'll just have to make some time for it. What inspired you to use is my favorite Linux command. That's brilliant. I guess it was, I just thought about like, what is a very distinctive intro? And I think I was successful in doing that. So even though like, especially some of the earlier ones, I kind of don't like, I kind of look like, seem really grumpy in them. But I think most of the, for some of those, I filmed like 12 of them in one sitting. And I did them at like super late at night when I was really tired. And then when I watched them back, I was like, this doesn't look that great, but I'll just go with it. But I think they were successful in being like distinctive. So if you see those intros, you'll be like, oh, it's this guy. And that way you won't, because there's a lot of other Linux YouTubers, and you might discover one of their videos one time, and then 6 months later, if you're watching one, you're like, was this that guy I saw, 6 months ago or something? And you'll just assume they're all the same. Screens locking up. Weird. That's bizarre. I don't know what's going on. There it goes. Maybe there are people who can out-endure all competition just because they have time, and they'll do what they do only because they would do it anyway, like making 3 videos with their favorite topic a week. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to relate that to just seeing if that references something specific in the conversation. But yeah, I think a part of a business is just if you can stick around a long time to get enough content out there. I think the other thing is I think you can have like a good video and it won't necessarily get that many views unless you also have a lot of other good videos. Because if you think about your own behavior, it's very likely that once you find, if you discover some new channel, you watch their video and you're like, wow, that was a really good video. The first thing you do is you go look at their channel and you're like, I'll just binge watch all of these videos every time I sit down for supper or something. I'll watch one of these, and then for a while then you quickly go through their entire backlog of videos. And if you only have 3 or 4 more videos to binge through, YouTube won't recommend the channel as much because it knows the total watch time is going to be lower. You just need more content in order to satisfy that audience. All right, that's enough of the strict terminal version. Let's go back to see, is it F? Is screen locking up, or is it using, or is the GC running? Yep, it's written in Java. I don't think it's a garbage collection thing. I haven't had that lockup thing. I think it must be something with the UI, or it might be something with the input. I know there is I experienced some I haven't seen that specific problem before in this game, but it might be something to do with the input lagging, because I have had problems with the timings are different. So the pure console is a bit snappier, so there might be some race condition with how I'm sending the input in, because there are some weird kind of corner cases with the escape characters. To determine the difference between just on like actually pressing escape and then sending an escape control sequence, like with the up arrow keys or something, it's actually kind of challenging. My favorite Linux command is mv. That's a pretty basic one. I guess it's tried and true. I just heard a big pop in the audio. I don't know if it's static building up on me. I'm not sure how to fix that. I have a sweater on tonight. It's pretty cold out, but looking at the forecast, it's gonna be the first week where it'll be it's gonna be a bit warmer next week. Your phone capitalized MV. Yeah, I was wondering why you capitalized it. That's the thing with technology now. It thinks it's smarter than we are. It's going to override you and say all kinds of things on your behalf that you don't mean. The game name so far is just Block Mining Simulation Game. I decided to just name it something descriptive, so that way when you hear it, you'll know what it is. You should really have grown up in the 80s? Why so? There's another one of those pops. Is that loud on your end? Might be from my shirt or something. or maybe it's because I moved my feet. Could have played a lot of games like this. Yeah, the eventual goal will be to make this a bit more, like it would be nice to get this to the point where I can actually have a 3D client that works with it. Hear noisy vehicles. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. It also locked up in this view. Maybe it is a garbage collection or something, but I haven't experienced that. Actually, it might be the hard drive or something. This laptop's pretty old. Oh, there it goes again. Huh. Actually, I have the streaming on a separate computer, so this is just this is like isolated, and it's just outputting. I think it's more about carrying 1,2,1,9 rocks in the inventory. It's something to do with the output, I think. Or I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out. I noticed that when the last time it froze, it was still updating the cursor up here. So I'm not sure. I'll keep an eye on it and try to figure out what's going on here. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it's doing it right now. Let's see. What is it? It's Windows key. I think there we go. Yeah, you can move up and down, so you can move in all three axes. So WASD will move around like that, and then to jump up to go y equals 1, but it's lagging right now for some reason. And then down, you can use X to go down. Except if there's a rock below you or above you. But I got to figure out what's with this whole this lag issue. This is really intense. I love that emoji block game comes with its own init system. I guess what do you mean by the init system? Okay, there's that lag. Huh, very bizarre. Oh, for the startup, you mean? That's I guess I was just lazy and I just rebuild it from scratch every time. So it's running Maven and building all the dependencies and stuff, which is actually not necessary. But okay, let's see if I can get that lag spike again. And of course the lag seems to have gone away. Your game reminds me of the classic game ZZT. That's another one I haven't heard of. That's weird. I have not experienced the lag spike again. Maybe it's... Oh, there we go. Huh. That's very weird. I don't know what to... because it's not using CPU in... It's almost like it's like the input that's going to the process is going in slow. I wonder if it's maybe like an Ubuntu bug. Because this version, I have had a bunch of issues with this version. And the NVIDIA drivers and stuff. Actually, you know what? I did... yeah, you know, that might be it. I remember I think it was last week, I updated... let's see, was it on this laptop? I forget. It was on one of them that I did an update, and it like completely broke. I just did like install like the default updates that Ubuntu was asking me to install, and it like completely broke everything. Like it wouldn't even boot up and go to the shell. So I had to boot into like into the grub and then drop into root shell and enable networking and stuff. And then I found that there was a bunch of packages that like silently didn't install. There were like a bunch of like NVIDIA packages. And eventually, fortunately, once I installed them, it seemed to fix everything. And right now, I'm still frozen again. That is very bizarre. So we're at 4% CPU, 0% wait time. Yep, still frozen. Very weird. I don't think I've experienced this bug on this computer before. Try btop instead of top. What does btop do? Why is that so slow? Okay, there we go. Oh, neat. That's pretty nifty. See, is this still frozen? Yep. This lag issue is very weird. That is pretty annoying. That's going to make it very unpleasant. I wonder if it maybe could it be network latency? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why maybe I need to just push in the cable a bit more. Let me do that. I had to run the game on actually another computer because this is a really old laptop, and the machine I actually run it on is if I run it on this one, the hard drive is way too slow. Why are you not building something that doesn't look like it's from 1999? Not hating, by the way. Love your videos, but your struggles. Just wondering why. Why, if you're don't you do something more modern? Part of the process of building something is like building a game from scratch is an enormous amount of work, and most of the code, like for the logic and stuff like that, for the type of game I want to build, most of it can be like the client. The actual presentation of it is, in a way, I almost consider it like an afterthought. That's annoying. It's totally frozen right now. Huh. Very weird. Yeah, so if you imagine just like a 3D world, almost just like Minecraft or something, you could imagine something like this just being presented either equivalently in like a terminal like this or in a three-dimensional world. And I think given my existing audience, since the stuff I do is like terminal based, I think it makes sense to bootstrap it and get a lot of like the initial logic and concepts going in the terminal, because the process of building it as a graphical, as a like fully, amazing, like for example, if I try to present myself as competing with mainstream games, everyone will say like, oh, this is what you're building is terrible, because for the amount of time and money I'm putting into it, there's like no way. I mean, it's like hundreds of hours that are put into this, so there's no way to carve out a niche. Okay, so the engine building aspect, more than the game making. Yeah, actually, and in a way, I would almost consider it like the direction I may go with this project is I may even try to focus it more on, we'll see how the YouTube channel goes. But I would almost like to focus on like building tutorials of like software engineering concepts, and then use the game almost as like a substrate for that. So make money from the content, the videos, and then like add features into the game. Make it almost like a game engine. And I know probably most people say it's kind of like It's kind of like a naive trope that a lot of developers will do to try and build their own game engine. But I think it's something that could. I guess I'm bold enough to think that, at least compared to the consulting stuff I've done in the past, I think even though this is like a crazy idea, I think this is more realistic to result in financial success than the other stuff I've been doing for consulting contracts. So when I resize that, that is supposed to come back. This must be, there must be a race condition in here somewhere. Maybe that's why it's... That's a bummer. That must mean there's some pesky race condition in there somewhere, or there's got to be some kind of or it's an issue with this laptop. I don't quite know which. I haven't had this. This is like the same version of this game I've been playing since like November, and it hasn't had this problem before. I have had lots of problems with NVIDIA drivers in the latest version of Ubuntu. Oh, that must mean... Let me check the networking. That is very weird. I can reach it on the other one, but let me check. Okay, I think it was just the networking cable. All right, lesson learned. That was, I tried pushing it in, and it seemed like it was working, but then I happened to notice the activity light wasn't going on it, and I tried accessing the machine, but I guess that was probably the reason for the lag. So it was not a UI thing. That's good. Okay, I missed a couple of chats, I think. I think the effort to produce actual art in games is 90% of the work. The most expensive part. Text interface is great for prototyping. Yeah, I think that's kind of that's the main approach I'm using is like it's like a business question of what thing would you build first to make money. And I think just having like the basic game logic, and especially if I start off with my existing audience that is like programmers that are sympathetic to like terminal-based stuff, and there's not a lot of terminal-based games, so I think that's an interesting appeal that I could have to appeal to my existing audience, and even like a new audience to hear for the first time that there's this, I mean, it worked for Dwarf Fortress. It was kind of an esoteric thing for years, and then now it's a bit more of a mass market thing. Are you familiar with Godot? I'm not. I know of it. I know of the big game engines, but I think I'd probably opt for not working with any of the existing ones, and especially like the whole Unity fiasco and stuff like that. And I think my expertise is not, if I pursue this as a thing that ends up making more money. I mean, so far the other YouTube videos I've been doing, that is where most of my money is coming from at the moment. So it's possible that this game idea may not be the winning strategy for me for a business. But we'll see. I'll do, once I get caught up on some of the videos I want to do, then I'll maybe do another round of work on this with my slightly larger audience now, and I've also been teaching people about the game idea, and so there's probably a few more fans out there now. Why SSH didn't report errors? I turned them off just for this machine. Why Ubuntu? Ubuntu just works. If I was on Arch, I'd be recompiling the kernel all the time, and Godot is open source. Yeah, I'd have to learn it, and I'd say at this point, like I'm not necessarily serious about game development. There's other stuff like in this game I have a noise generator, and I thought there's some stuff I could do for like novel algorithms for noise generation maybe, which it's questionable if I can make a business model out of that, but I think it'd be fun to have something just like a sandbox to experiment with, like new terrain generation algorithms and stuff. Maybe there's a niche for producing some of the educational content around like game engine development, of just focusing on a very specific niche and then doing something new. If you go specific enough, you can always make novel contributions. I think Dwarf Fortress wouldn't be possible if makers of it weren't aiming for monetization from the start. They just did what they like. I don't, oh yeah, I think the fact that it was a passion project really carried it forward. And I mean, it took them like 10 years to get like their first $1 million or something. So it's, but we'll see. It's my my business algorithm is just do more of what works. And I think this is I think this game, as it is, let me close the door. I think this game, as it is decent for. It's a decent substrate for when I'm streaming. It doesn't require any mental power, so I can quickly glance over the chat and actually interact with people, which is kind of the main point of live streams. If I was doing like something more complicated that required my full brain power, I don't think it would work. Like ADOM, the guy just worked on it like a maniac, got a cult following, and then made a paid version. ADOM, which game is that? I use Godot for my game projects, but I think learning something like Raylib would be helpful for learning more C++. Instead of being tied to a video game engine permanently. Yeah, I mean, I also thought like if it couldn't even make sense, like if doing videos just makes more money, maybe it would make sense to even just hire a developer to make progress on this and my own vision. Because given my audience, there should be at least someone out there who wants to program something like this. ADOM is another TUI roguelike, like Dwarf Fortress, but less complex. Closer to a Engaband, I think. Hire me as a junior to program it. Yeah, I mean, I've already got job offers here. Yeah, I mean, it's not official at the moment. I don't have any money to pay anyone, but it's a problem of bootstrapping everything. If I can get a bit more people interested in it and get some more block type sponsors, like those in my in the help menu here. I got to make my help menu more efficient. It's super laggy. I'm currently a university student. That is what we use for all our classes. I think your last semester you can take a class on Rust, Ada, or Go. Bootstraps is such a versatile work. Do you mean is there like a game engine or a framework named Bootstraps? Oh, versatile word. I guess. Oh, nice. We get our first new channel member of the night. Welcome to Gary Pinholster to the student tier. I can see my my new icons are showing up. That's good. I mean, we use the word a lot when talking about projects and stuff. It's basically a hustle culture word. Yeah, kind of. I think it does have a pretty it does have a kind of a pretty specific meaning about like the early process of starting something up. Your how to make a CPU video was great, and I love your content. Least I can do is this. Well, thank you for your contributions. Yeah, my how to make a CPU video, that's a tried and true one. It's interesting. I put quite a bit of work into a lot of the videos, but then like a small it's like a small number of the videos that really pop off and get like basically all the views. Yeah, the how to make a CPU one didn't get any views for like, it got like 60,000 views for the first 2 years or something, and then it just exploded. What are you playing? This is my custom built game called the Block Mining Simulation Game. It's a terminal based game where you roam around, you use the WASD keys to roam around an infinite procedurally generated universe, and you press the M key to mine blocks. And the objective of the game is to mine all of the blocks. Yep, and endless. There's I guess you can travel out until the numbers, I guess, wrap around. Well, it generates the universe as you move, so you'd fill up your hard drive before you get to the maximum value. It's really created for that to work in terminal. I'm making a game in Godot right now. Yeah, I think it was. It's only been the last few years actually that emoji characters in terminal has been kind of a real thing. So it's I think it's got like a novel way of just doing like graphics. Because if it was letters, it's not as satisfying. But it's, I think if for just emoji characters for graphics, it's like the minimum thing it needs to have to be satisfiable as a game. Now that's what I call a speedrun challenge. Yeah, it'd be difficult to speedrun this, to mine an infinite number of blocks. Hi, what's up, man? Not too much. Just mining some blocks. Doing the weekly challenge. We're up to a goal of 8 channel members for this week. By the way, I learned there's a market for tile packs, so you can basically buy a pre-made graphics for your game. Yeah, I'd imagine too. Like, I think game development will actually get really interesting in the future, because stuff like that, you'll be able to generate like tiles and textures with AI. And I mean, a lot of people hate on that, but I think the real the real secret sauce is going to be in the just purely in the like algorithmic part of things. And that's kind of another reason why I think it makes sense to not focus so much on the front end graphics, because that seems like the part of it that'll be most like easily lended to AI. But the core logic and like networking and stuff, it's going to take quite a while before an AI can generate good networking code. You said that it would fill the hard drive. So if I were to use it on a smaller HDD, can it crash? Because that would be a fun challenge. It would probably, I guess, depends on how big the drive is. It'd probably take quite a while. Like, I'm not sure what the writing rate. It would probably be like like if you just moved in a straight line and didn't get stuck on something. I think it would probably write to the database on the order of like kilobytes per second. So that would take quite a while to fill your whole hard drive. Now I think it would probably get slow from the database inserts before it actually got to that point, because every time it creates a block, it adds it to the database. Right now like a lot of the code is extremely inefficient. It's basically like before this point, it was almost so simple that it was like not even something you could like call a game. It was just like just barely enough code to produce a minimal game loop. So it's it's a very early development concept. Yeah, it would take forever. So the game can use you can specify parameters. Okay, you can kind of see that. Make it bigger. So you can specify like basically like a connection string to the database. So you can use like an external or remote database, or I mean it's a developer's game, so you can connect to an external database, or it can just use like the default like flat file SQLite database. So if you don't specify anything, then use this I think a SQLite in the current directory. Are you testing something specific right now? Not right now. Just kind of vegetatively playing the game, reading some chat. I thought I found a bug earlier, but it was just my network cable was loose. Even though I tried to push it in, I'm gonna have to throw out that cable. It's one of my older ones that I've had trouble with. Yep, it's basically a brain rot game. And the long-term goal will be to build even more of it. Make it even more I mean, I think there's if I can ever get around to it, if I can actually build out the inventory management stuff a bit more and build some more, interesting crafting recipes, then it could be a bit more engaging than just moving around. I think the ratios for producing things like the mining pick consumables and stuff is not very balanced. Good seeing you. Your live streams are the best. Look forward to them. Thank you. I don't think they're anything particularly special, but I'm glad that somebody likes them. Yeah, I never really thought that. I found it kind of surprising that they actually generate as many views as they do. But I guess this is the new age of the internet metaverse, where everyone is going to be live streaming all the time. Looks like the old egg band game. I think actually someone mentioned that specific thing earlier. I'm gonna have to make a list of all these games that people say it looks similar to. You're a talented guy, so you attract views. Oh, thank you for the kind words. I think I guess having the videos trending, that seems to bring in a decent amount of new people. Every time people see some fraction of people see the live icon, and then they click on it, and then they end up here. Although this stream is lower view count than some of the last ones. It's only 30 concurrent viewers. It kind of seems like YouTube like puts a cap or something on you, because I used to have like around a cap of like, I think like around 10 or so for a while, and then it seemed to cap me at like 100, and I guess now my cap is like 30 for a while. It appeared on my recommended feed for me. Yeah, it's the YouTube algorithm has great power to push your content to everyone or to no one. All hail the YouTube algorithm. And I'm pretty sure it probably listens. I think it actually listens to what you're saying too. And then if you talk about something specific, it'll use those keywords. Like I was talking about something about like Amazon Web Services and setting up like cloud services, and then it brought in a bunch of people who were like interested in exactly that. Even though that's like only one of the things that I do. And I don't really have many videos about that. If you mention a bunch of viral subjects, it'll recommend to more people. Yeah. I'll have to I'll have to make some note. That'd be kind of funny to game the algorithm, just to prepare some speeches. Just say Fortnite repeatedly. But then I think probably too it'll pick up on those things, but then it'll be like, oh, this is about Fortnite, and then it'll recommend like Fortnite streamers, Fortnite people will click on this and then be like, hey, this is not Fortnite, this is very bad Fortnite content, and then it hurts the metrics. Yeah, exactly. You just get numbers for the sake of it instead of an actual community. People will check in and then just bounce. Honestly, closest thing I can think of to a stream like this is Pirate Software, which he gets a bunch of views. Yeah, I've actually checked out on. There actually doesn't seem to be many. Like it's hard to find streams on YouTube. I find, like I've just to like try out some of the monetization features myself, and like test them to understand how they work. From a viewer's perspective, it's really hard to find live streams on YouTube. I find every time I check, there's a bunch of like, just like weird. They're not like when you go to Twitch, everyone there, it's like a person streaming, but on YouTube, some of them are just like a random live stream of like it's like a weather camera somewhere or something. And there's a few, like some of the top streamers, I think they restream as well. But there's very few, it seems, at least what I've been able to find in the programming category. I guess you have to be following someone specific, and then, if you follow all their content, I guess the YouTube algorithm just shows their stuff to you. Do you stream on Twitch? I have never streamed on Twitch. It's on my to-do list to try it out. But I have not. I set up an account, and there's a few people that followed me. I have like a link to it in my profile, but there's just too too much content to make, and trying to do like the daily posts, the daily community posts. I don't know if you guys see any of those, but to try and come up with something that's actually interesting and funny, and between that and all the random other distractions, trying to file my T4, which actually I found, I was looking that up. Well, if you saw my community post, so I've been trying to file my T4, which is like my statement of like my tax. It's a tax filing for a business, like a statement of like what you've paid for like tax contributions for an employee. And every time I try to file it, I get to the very end and the submit button just doesn't work. And there's a bunch of other weird bugs along the process. And the CRA, they have like a huge Reddit thread of people complaining about this specific issue because everyone else has it as well. And so they just, instead of fixing it, they just moved the deadline. Programming stuff I like to watch because I'm a hardware nerd, and understanding little to nothing about programming, but I love to see it. Yeah, I find that's kind of how I use a lot of YouTube as well. Like you don't really watch much about the stuff that you already know. You know, it's always to like learn something new. So I personally don't actually consume much software development content. Personally, it's kind of gotten boring to me. Like we were saying earlier about like all these languages like Rust, and someone mentioned, what was it, JAI or something? It's some new language that someone made up. But I still haven't even learned Rust or anything. Any news on housing issues? So the latest update for that was, going back to before Christmas, I was supposed to have an N13 merits hearing on February the 19th, but I got pulled into, that got canceled, and then they pulled me into a case management hearing that occurred on January 27th, and that case management hearing was to talk about possibly grouping together all of the eviction cases in this building. And I think the conclusion of that was that they will, because there's at least, they've issued 61 eviction notices in this building so far. And there's 30 of those people are still like trying to stay here. And so they're fighting the case, and they're going to group it all together. And so at this point, I do not know, we don't have a date scheduled for the next hearing, which will be the actual N13 merits hearing, all of us together. And I do know that it will not be before March 31st, and that's the current update. So any day now they will schedule something, and it might be, so it could be way after March 31st, which would be great if it's like in the middle of summer. Definitely, sure. Streams have a Twitch vibe. Are you a game or two? I try not to play video games, just because it's I tend to get addicted to playing video games. Honestly, I feel I should probably be probably not even be playing my own game as much. Might be more productive to actually work on improving the game. I guess if I end up doing some more of these longer streams, then I probably will have to default to that. But I guess the challenge with that is that I have to ignore chat, because I'm very mono-focused. But then if I ignore everything in the chat, then that kind of defeats the purpose. It's just like watching me stare at the screen and make weird expressions. JAI's language. Jonathan Blow. Oh, okay. He's building. He has some very interesting novel ideas, but it's a closed beta at the moment. Yeah, I've watched some clips of his stuff. I guess if he's he's got enough notoriety that if he made something and it got caught on, I think that would probably be, I've said before, a lot of if you want to build a software product these days, a lot of the big success is about sales and marketing. And if you already have a bit of a platform, that's probably one of the biggest things you need to make it successful. And if he's already got a fairly sizable platform, so maybe it could work out. But personally, I find every new language people invent, it seems to just have there's not a lot of new stuff in it, in my opinion. Thanks for teaching me how to make a CPU. Can you do blue LEDs next? I think actually, man, I'm forgetting the channel. I think it's Huygens Optics. There's a guy who does optics videos, and he actually has a video, I think, on how to do blue LEDs. And it also might be the Applied Science channel. I think they might. I can't remember if he has one or not on how to build LEDs. $61 at one go. Yes, they want to get us all out, and then the purpose for that is to break the rent control obligations, because once they get us out of here, then they don't have to comply with the rent control. And rents were pretty crazy here. It was almost like the market rent was like double what a bunch of us were paying. And I've only lived here like 7 years, so it's not like I lived here. Some people lived here like 30 years and they have really low rent. But rents have since come down a little bit. Hey, just dropped by to say your videos are awesome. Hope things have been looking up for you. Yeah, things have been decent. There's been a bit more revenue coming in recently, so my debt's totally paid off, and I was actually able to buy some like backup equipment, so for video production stuff. So if a cable breaks or something like that, I'm not going to be totally out of commission. Most languages are just iterations on old stuff. There's some cool exceptions. Yeah, I was saying before, I think like if someone made a great language, one of the things that would be, to me, amazing is a really good standard library, and that in itself is like as much or more work than the language itself. And also like a well-designed standard library, like that's like just having good interfaces and stuff, because there's tons of libraries for C, but a lot of them are like all deprecated and they're like unsafe and stuff, or they're confusing, and I'm sure probably the same will happen for Rust, where the first iteration of some of the APIs it'll be deprecated and confusing, and but it's one of the reasons I like Java. Java has a pretty good like the built-in functions and standard library support for Java is pretty good, in my opinion. There's not a lot of design decisions that are like there are. The more I learn about it, there are a few like kind of wacky things that are unfortunate, but I was cold, so I ran the S command on my Ubuntu system and heated things up. Excellent. You're following my community post advice. I mean, it works. It'll probably your laptop will probably use maybe 30 to 60 more watts of heat or so when that's running. So it's like having half of a heater going. Half of a space heater. Thanks for the info. Yeah, there's you can find videos on how to make pretty much everything on YouTube these days. What's the point of the stream? the point of the stream is I have set a goal of for the last few streams I stream until I get till I gain 2 to the X channel members. So this is the goal for 8, and during the stream I go around mining blocks in my block mining simulation game that I've written. It's a terminal-based video game, and so part of the stream is to advertise the game and try it out and just talk with chat about programming concepts, and yeah, that's basically it. Go standard library is peak, in my opinion. Yeah, I've heard a fair number of good things about Go. Although I've heard some criticisms. I think, what was it? I think there was it there compile times or something? There were some disadvantages people have mentioned. Man, my arm's going to sleep. Yeah, I've definitely heard good things about Go, but never actually used Go at all. I think it's good for concurrency, if I remember correctly. Just mine blocks. Don't want to be mean, but it sounds a little boring. Yeah, I think it is. That's a fair assessment. It's a very minimal, bare bones game. I have some grandiose ideas for the future, but right now the only thing you do is you roam around. You press the M key to mine the blocks. The future features I'd like to add to it are a more sophisticated inventory. So one of the things I just added to the game is so you can do a tab to select a frame. Now, right now, you can't actually do anything with the inventory frame, but the next feature to add will be actually navigating around and selecting items in the inventory, and then the next step will be to craft stuff and so on. Small towns and dynamite. Yeah, that's totally a feature that could be added. Have you played Minecraft? Yes, I have played a significant amount of Minecraft, although I try to not play video games in the last few years. It's just too much work to do to survive and avoid getting evicted and make money. Code compile times are almost instant. It just has some weird footguns. Not my favorite language though. I'm a Rust addict. Interesting. Yeah, Rust has there's too many the people that like Rust are very evangelical about it, which is in a way kind of detracts from making me want to use it. To me, it actually, I think almost think the entire premise of the language would have been. I would have actually liked to see someone continue to do a fork of the C programming language, and basically add more restrictions to it. And I almost think you could probably have implemented the concept of the main value of Rust is the borrow checker and the whole memory safety and stuff, and wrapping things in unsafe and whatnot. And if you just had a specific annotation in C that you added, you just extended the language. I can't see why you couldn't have just used the C programming language, but just add something into C. Some kind of annotation or a specifier that basically does that same core functionality of Rust, and then you wouldn't have to reinvent a whole new language and stuff. And there's all kinds of other issues with C and the preprocessor and stuff, but I see that as something to fix, and makes sense to just fork the language. Or have included as a compile flag or something, so you can make you can write C code that conforms to both, like your language fork and kind of more general purpose. So you could like kind of slowly migrate something like the Linux kernel to a more to like a better version of C. But that's how I would approach it. Felt the same way about video games recently, especially ones like Minecraft. But I found it's easier to make time for games that have relatively definitive ending, like Elden Ring. Why is Z-axis up down? That's just kind of how I decided to. So it's like it's a top view down, and I guess the convention is in a lot of 3D games. That's the axis convention, is that as you move around on the surface of the Earth, you're moving in the XZ, and then so I guess it kind of makes sense, because Y is how high up you are. Let me know if I sound too evangelical and I'll stop. That's all right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the evangelical part, to me, it's like it seems like they're like looking for a group. They're looking for an excuse to start a new language, or like to start their own hangout club. But to me, I've seen so many people create new languages, and then like very few people use them. And there's like it's so much work to make a language and make a compiler and fix all the bug cases and like make it efficient and stuff. Like you can make a basic version of a language that like when you're trying to compile symbols and enumerate them and sort them and stuff, and do all these like graph traversals and stuff to like find like variables that aren't referenced or something, or like expanding macros and things. And I mean, it's like it's the type of problem that'll like nerd snipe you. So if you just finished a course on compilers, you'll be like, oh wow, this is so cool. I could make my own compiler. I could make my own language. And then you work on it, and the amount of like money you make and the impact on the world is relatively low. And at this point, I almost think that the future of language development might actually be with AI. Like I could think of a lot of room for novel compiler research with like using large language models to like figure out how to get a large language model, feed it lots of like C or C++ code, and get it to like produce a grammar, or actually I have a video called a criticism of the Chomsky hierarchy, and some people ask like you should do a follow-up, and that's another thing that's on my to-do list, is to do a follow-up on that. And I think I don't think we should be writing compilers. I think we should generate them. They should be like some distilled piece of like logic or a grammar or something. So instead of writing, we should get to a point where we can have an abstract description of a programming language, complete with all the semantic rules and stuff like that. So you just design the language in a table, like all the like for example the usual arithmetic conversions in C. All that stuff could be in a table, and you just have a series of tables and data, and maybe like a giant JSON file or something with a grammar and some other information, and you feed that into something, and it just auto generates all the code for your compiler. That to me is a lot more exciting than making a new language, because you could spend your whole life working on a new language. But if you could make a language, an abstract language to compiler, then you could make an infinite number of languages. And now that with AI, you could use AI to make new languages. You could just specify, like, make me a language like the C programming language, but it has features in it that borrow all the benefits of the Rust programming language, and then it'll just output a compiler. Rust works too differently from C. It's more like a functional programming language. Oh, I didn't read that one. Hello, Gumson, me lady. How is the num num? I don't know what that means. Making compilers super fun, IMO, but I'm not expecting to make anything useful, just for fun. Yeah, compiler development, it's a neat problem. I worked on it. I got that whole thing out of my system. I keep kind of going back to, like, what is the higher order, more efficient thing now? And at this point, I'm like, I should probably just focus on doing things that make more money, because then if I have money, then I can hire an army of programmers to make a compiler for me. Is your primary goal with the game to make money? It's a good question. Everything in my business has been, the goal has been to make money. Yeah, I mean, the existence of a business requires that you make money. That's like a primary goal of your career in general. But my point in doing an entrepreneurial thing instead of just going into a company has just been about having a bit more control and hopefully wanting to produce something that contributes to the world a bit more. Something can where there's no ceiling, where it can make hopefully more money than a traditional 9 to 5, have more impact. And I think a game is a reasonable step in that direction. Although it remains to be seen whether I can actually accomplish that. I did a couple of Kickstarters just to try and raise some funds for the initial version of this game, and I think I've made like $200 or something so far from Kickstarters, which is I think pretty that's not a surprise to me given what the game is and what it can do. But it's just every little thing I do is just a bit of not only does it provide a tiny bit of money, but it provides some feedback on like how much does it make. Because every little business thing you do, there's lots of business experiments you'll do where you'll think, oh, okay, I'm going to do this, and I don't expect to get anything out of it, and then you get like 100 times the return that you expect. And the content creation and streaming and stuff is kind of one of those things. I would not have expected that this many people would watch live streams about this kind of content. But I think it kind of makes sense with the way that the world is going with online streaming and the post-COVID era. The death of the third place. It's kind of like there's still a lot of people that go to bars and stuff, but this is, at least for like, a certain type of person, technical people who are on their computer all the time anyway. This is kind of like replaced going to the bar or doing other kinds of activities. And it also makes sense for marketing. That's the other big reason I do it. I can basically just sit here and stream and talk about anything I want. I can shout out my store at store.robertelder.org, or if you want to go and you want to buy a product from me, I have a couple of products there. I can advertise my other videos. Is it true Waterloo has amazing shawarma? I guess it depends on where you go. I like the shawarmas that I've had here. I don't know if I'm not sure how I don't really have a lot of reference to compare them to anywhere else, but I would definitely recommend them. How does it feel to be rich now? Must feel incredible. I hope I am rich someday, but don't know how. I'm kind of I'm at least cash flow positive for today, although my career path is pretty precarious. So I mean, at least I don't have any debt anymore. So rich is kind of a little bit of an exaggeration, but it feels great to be able to pay rent. Why is there no membership button for your channel? Other channels, it shows up next to the bell, but in yours, I have to go through the link. Huh? I'm not sure. There are 37 viewers, but only 3 likes. Come on, people, press the like button and subscribe. Thank you for the rallying the troops. Before you know it, you'll be a property owner. No more rent. I hope so. But I don't know. Rent in property in Canada is kind of crazy expensive. Shows 54 likes. Huh. We got another channel member. Harsimranjit Singh. Welcome to the student tier. Thank you very much. So we're currently at 2 members for the stream. So we're 25% the way to the goal. Yeah, properties become crazy expensive, and it goes up. The rate at which it appreciates in value now is greater than the rate at which you can earn money, which is kind of like a crazy. It basically means, like, I mean, financially this has to be fixed. There has to be a correction, or the rate at which, like, all property is going to be literally mathematically impossible for anyone to buy if it keeps going this way. You can find it on channel page 2. Is the join button. Interesting. Yeah, I've gone to some other live streams just to, like, try and learn the UI, but it's YouTube is kind of mysterious. I think sometimes they probably, like, they either hide it or like make it super obvious. If they, like, sometimes in the YouTube algorithm it just decides, they're like, hey, you should, this person should get more subscribers now, and then it'll just, like, funnel a whole bunch of people to your channel, and it'll find people that are likely to click subscribe and just send a bunch of those people to you at once. It also figures out the the exact right time to start, like, recommending, like, hey, it'll, like, come up with that pop-up over top of whatever you're watching. YT doesn't update the like button in real time like it does the viewers. If that continues, then no one will be a homeowner. Yeah, there was an immigrant that came here. There was, like, a CBC article about him, or a news thing about him. He came here, bought a house, and he worked here for, like, a few years, and he's leaving now because it's getting, like, too expensive. And he said he sold his house, and he made more money just having his house over these few years than he did during the entire time that he worked here full time, which is, like, it's a crazy it's a crazy state to be in. And I think the our housing bubble, we are still in the same housing bubble that the US was in, like before the '08 crash. I was in '08, everything, prices went down, but in Canada, they've just been, continually going up. I have heard some signs that like inventories are starting to go up. And rent prices did go down a little bit, although they're starting to go back up. And also our government is talking about like universal basic income and a whole bunch of crazy stuff now. And so who knows what's going to happen. I think it's very likely that our dollar will be depreciated here in Canada. That's what's confusing to me. On other channels, I see join button on the channel page and on every video. But here, on Roberts, I see neither. I'm on mobile, so maybe that's related. Yeah, might just be the specific interface. Would you ever save up your money and buy a Rolex? Or is it not worth it, you think? You deserve a nice Rolex, a nice luxury car. Honestly, those types of items are not something that really appeals to me. I know some people like to collect Rolexes, but I don't know. I mean, maybe my priorities would change if I had the money, but in the mind frame I'm in right now, even if I had the money for that, I definitely would not buy a Rolex. T-A Canada. It's crazy when you think about 12,000 for a Rolex. Aren't some of them like 25, 50,000? It's one of those things it's purely like, I mean, it's like buying a giant chunk of gold and carrying it, or like some fancy bracelet or chain or something. What are your thoughts on getting hired as a programmer nowadays? I have not been in the job market looking for a job for quite a while. I think personally, I have no intentions to do that. Like mainly because I'm sticking to the entrepreneurial path. But if that was my goal to get a 9-to-5 job, I don't envy people who are looking for one because the job market's way more competitive. One thing that's that's true though is the during the COVID, I think we're maybe starting to get to the end of it now. But during COVID, there were all these people, like people way overhired, and there was all this free money in the system, and that's kind of. So we went through a phase where companies were trying to reduce their headcount. So, like the total number of available jobs in that the tech sector has been going down like every single month for month after month for like probably like 26 months or something now. And I think that's probably hitting like a bottom. So they're not going to be hiring like a crazy number of people, but it means they're not going to be like getting rid of people. Because now, like people are retiring or getting fired or whatever, they will actually need to replace those. Whereas before, for the last few years, whenever someone, when they fired someone, they're like, okay, good, that helps. That means we have to lay off less people now, and they just weren't replacing them. But I know there's so many issues now with. It's really terrible. It's really the job hunting and hiring experience is terrible on both ends. I know people have to send out like thousands of resumes, and they're using all these AI resume builders and stuff. But then for employers have a really rough time because they have to sift through like they'll. I've heard of some people say they put up a job ad, and within like 30 minutes they have like 1,000 applications or something. And it's just because like both sides are getting so overwhelmed that they just end up spamming, and stuff like LinkedIn is making it way easier because I think you can now you can just upload your resume and then like send your resume to all these different companies with a click of a button. So the whole thing is just not very efficient. Does the world generation in your game create mountains, valleys, and like? Also, is there a restriction on where you can move up? Or can you basically fly? So you basically can fly. So the restrictions on movement are, I can go up, so I can press spacebar, and I'll go up as long as there's no block above me, and I can go down as long as there's no block below me. So right now to go down, because I don't see any, can't see anything on the other layers, so I just have to like move a bit and then press X to try and go down, and eventually I'll drop into a cavern. I just keep pressing X at enough places. And in terms of hills and valleys and stuff, currently the terrain generation is not that smart. It's basically just let me find a tunnel here. Let's see, where is a tunnel? One of the things I plan to add eventually is just like another shade, so you can actually see a bit of depth. But that's on the to-do list. That would let you see spot caverns to drop into. There we go. Yeah, so there's no. Most of the terrain generation is just like solid stuff, except for little areas of pockets of iron, and there's these kind of tunnels that go through it. But they're actually like not very well. They're not very good tunnels. They're not like the Minecraft ones, which kind of right now they're actually kind of like technically like if I keep going down, if I press X, you'll notice that they're kind of it's fairly like smooth, so it almost looks like if you imagine the shape of an egg inside of another egg. That's pretty much what the actual three-dimensional shape of these tunnels looks like. Let's see. $50,000 for a watch. Yeah, no thanks. It's not my priority at the moment. Wouldn't people be scared they get robbed for it? Yeah, I mean, they should be, but I guess if you're buying that, like if you have so much money that $50,000 is not a big deal to you, then I guess maybe you wouldn't worry. Get the watch insured usually. I guess, but if you're rich, I guess you'd probably be cheaper to like technically insure it on your own. In the future, you're going to be driving a Ferrari. That sounds pretty good. I'm okay with that. Although, I don't know, if I had a Ferrari right now, I'd probably just sell it. Especially these Canadian winters would be rough on a Ferrari. I would just sell it and take the bus. Or I could just do Uber. Think of how many Uber trips you could get if you just sold a Ferrari. Uber's pretty fast though. It's ubiquitous enough that you can order an Uber and they'll be at your doorstep pretty quickly. Owning a car is also, especially in the city, I think, can be a pretty big burden with like parking. I mean, that was one of the things they did to us here when the new owner took over. They were like, you're not authorized for a parking space. You're going to have to pay us $250 a month. So $250 a month just to park. Trains greater than buses, greater than cars. Trains are pretty cool, but what if they're not available? What we need is Uber for trains, so you can just call a train to go anywhere. Yeah, you got all the maintenance and stuff, and cars are also getting. Man, I don't know. This is like a right to repair thing, but the future of cars is also, I think, really suspect. Like they're getting more and more digital, and there's more computers and access control, and they spy on you and send all your data to they send all your like traffic behavior to the insurance company so they can deny your claims. Jetpacks, that would be convenient, but I don't know if it'd be very safe. Could be pretty dangerous though. I'd imagine if you had a jetpack on, you'd also have to have jet fuel. So then if you crash, it's basically, if you hit the ground hard enough, it's going to be like an airplane disaster. And soon cars will be requiring that we watch an ad before we shift from park into drive. We will have stuff like that, but we'll probably have even worse stuff. Cars will like listen to you, and you'll have to get in and be like, "Do you?" It'll just be like a thing. It's got all these lists of like, by entering this car, we will spy on everything you do and upload it to the internet, so we can train our AI on it. We'll send all of your, we'll record all of your conversations that you have in this car and allow us to train on it. And the only option is just the accept button. Battery powered jetpack. But then if it's lithium ion battery, that's still going to make a big mess when you crash. I think we're heading towards car subscriptions like Netflix or something. Yeah, we probably will. I mean, it'll probably be just that. It'll be like the worst thing you can imagine. You can only subscribe to a car, and then also you have to like give away all your rights in order to ride in the car. GM already does that with the terms of service, I guess. Guess that's a lease, but much cheaper. Is it possible to ever invent a time machine? That's a good question. I'm going to say no. Kind of how TVs are cheaper now because they make so much selling your data. Yeah, I mean, there's so many concerning things like that going on. I don't even have time to keep up with it. It's basically impossible to buy an old school TV now. How can we stop reverse aging and live forever? I don't know. I think these are just pipe dreams. You want to live forever? That's an ambitious goal, but I don't know if it's achievable. The data privacy and right to repair fight is a demoralizing one. Yeah, I think there's we have to think more about like the economics of it. I mean, there's so much pressure behind the like the economic growth model of harvesting data. I think there's a way to there's a way to assert our rights, but I think it's we can't just have like a head in the sand kind of like screaming right to repair, but we just need more we need more like well-documented consumer protections and more public awareness of how important this is. And I think having like a bit of I think if people acknowledge that that data is extremely valuable to companies, so throwing them up a little bit of a bone, giving them something where they can get some data somewhere, and then saying like, okay, this other data, in this situation, the data is off limits, because it'll make their their optimization a little bit less effective. I think that's more realistic than saying like, no, you can't have any of our data at all. Do you want to live forever though? I guess if I had the option, I could take it. You could probably always. I mean, it's a kind of a ridiculous hypothetical because I don't think we'll get there. Right now, I'm going to focus on just being able to live through the next few years of our crumbling society. If I can get through that, then I'll come back to the question of living forever. What do you think created humans, other life on Earth, the universe, etc.? These are very ontological, spiritual questions. I don't have a good answer for that. I don't think we have enough information to say anything about, like, it sounds like you're talking about like intelligent design or something like that. It's just insufficient scientific information to comment on that. I think living on Mars is pretty realistic. That seems like something that we will probably do. It is interesting to think that, like, we could, like, there's all kinds of planets and planetoids in our solar system, and there are, like, you know, kind of like, there's, what is it, nine or 10 planets now, and there's all kinds of like small things in, like, the was it the Kuiper belt. And technically, like, if we became advanced enough and had enough resources, we could build colonies on, like, all of these different things. Like, that's physically possible. The only thing holding us back is just the resources and the energy required and stuff. But if we could, like, harness 1% of the energy in the sun, then it's totally doable. We could have, like, massive Mars colonies with 1 million people, and even stuff on, like, I don't know, maybe not Pluto, but, like, probably we could. We just have to have lots of, like, insulating layers, and it'd take a lot of. It would be enormously expensive to build. But I don't think there's a lot of physical reason why we can't do that. You ever ponder how we exist? How the Earth and all the things came to be? Fascinating to think about. Yeah, I mean, I pondered more of that as a teenager, but currently that I'm not quite in the mood to ponder those deep questions. Maybe we are living a simulation multiverse. How about sort out healthcare first? Yeah, like, if we could just get, like, health insurance, then I mean, it's fun to think about the grand questions, but there's so many other basic things we don't have here on Earth. Just don't know, and that's it, and that's okay. I used to be existential when I was younger before. I was beaten down by society. Just say God did it all with magic. Yeah, that's a pretty decent summary. I mean, that's yeah, there's lots of existential conversations you can have, but I don't know, yeah, like you said, that we need to focus on, like, healthcare and stuff here on Earth. That's where my head is right now. If we fix all those healthcare questions and get the economy going, fix the housing crisis. Like, we can't even, like, have a place to live. Then once we fix all those questions, then I vote. Then we can think more about the kind of luxurious existential questions and how to inhabit Mars. Hi, morning from Indonesia. How's it going? It's currently 9:40 here. Right, because the odds are if you're 40 and under, you may live to 100 plus. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, life expectancy was going down. I thought in some of the last few years, because it's been going up for the baby boomers, but for the younger generation, things are. I mean, it probably depends on where you are, but. I thought that was true in the USA. That for the first time in a long time, life expectancy is going down. It's going down here in England for sure. Yeah, the Europe is having a tough time. And I guess I don't know my geography. Is England in the UK, or is the UK in England? I know I keep hearing bad stuff about the UK. What are you playing? This is a block mining simulation game, which is a terminal-based game where you wander around an infinite procedurally generated universe. You spam the M key, and it's a game that I've been working on, and it's a work in progress. So currently, there's not a lot of features in it. I just kind of have a minimum game loop where you mine some blocks. You ever play RuneScape? I've heard of it. I kind of pondered whether I should get into it at one point, but I never did. So smart pills. You're in the UK. So how are things over there? I keep seeing like YouTube clips saying that everything's in chaos, and I think they're thinking about doing like the opposite of Brexit or something, or I'm not really sure, because sometimes you get a biased view from YouTube clips and the random news that I see. Can't believe an Apple caved to remove end-to-end encryption. Oh yeah, I read about that too. That was another interesting development. Canada won 4 nations. Oh, is that about the hockey game? Yeah, I don't watch hockey at all, but I guess that hockey game was a big deal. I heard some people a few people talk to me about it. We got our third channel member from Barlog XI. Welcome to the student here. So we are currently 3 out of 8 channel members toward our goal for the stream. Yeah, it's just a snapshot. really media on the UK you've seen? We just do what America tells us. As in the UK, I guess. Yeah, the US is the top dog in the world. It'll be interesting to see how the next, 6 months or so plays out. Things are, I guess, really going to get shook up, hopefully for the best. I hope that good times are in the future. There's been enough bad times. It'd be nice to, like we were talking about, those Rolex watches and Ferraris. Be nice if there's more of those in the future. Also change your top chat to live. You're missing out on some of the messages. Oh yeah, I should do that. Chat seems pretty reasonable tonight. What's the objective of the game? I'll change the chat and then I'll explain. Yeah, I guess I'm usually kind of lazy and don't bother switching it. I find that there are a few times things people say like crazy stuff that should be moderated, and the top chat catches it, but I don't know. I think the algorithm has like I don't get as many totally unhinged chatters, but I'll have to manually ban people because I don't have any mods. But okay, let's see. So the question was, what's the objective of the game? So the objective of the game is to wander around an infinite procedurally generated universe in these 3-dimensional coordinates. And you mine blocks, so you just go up to some blocks and spam the M key. And it's also it's 3D, so you can go down. If I can find a cave to drop into here. So you can mine minerals, and you can also make slightly better pickaxes. So the basic game loop is you find things like some iron. So we'll see if we can find some of that. Well, I guess I have some here. If I press the C key, press C, and then it uses up some of my items there. And then I get some iron pickaxes. And I can walk up to, if I go up to the wall here, and press the M key, now it mines out to a large radius. And I can do that a few times until I'm out of iron pickaxes. And now it goes back to mining only one thing at a time. And so that's the extent of the game loop at the moment. There's nothing more sophisticated than that. favorite game. Yeah, so I have lots of grand ambitions to add other stuff to the game, and the core tenet of the game is that everything's basically just in a database where it's basically like a matrix of blocks, and every point in the space is just can be a certain like an arbitrary piece of information that represents a block. So I would like to build out the game a little bit more, and maybe also even create like multiple clients. So you could have like this would be a command line client, and you could connect to the server. You could also interact with it like in a 3D graphical client, almost like Minecraft or something. But at the moment, those are all the grandiose ideas for the future that I have done basically no work on. I have done a bit of work on some of the networking stuff, but there's still quite a few issues with it. What is your favorite Linux game other than the one you wrote? Honestly, there's really no, other than Minecraft, I haven't really played any games in the last like 10 years, basically. I try to focus more on business and being productive, and I guess Age of Empires, that was probably, I haven't played that in quite a few years, but that was one of the last games I played any decent amount. I think they did like a whole a remake of that, and they went back and fixed all the bugs and crashes and stuff, and they made the game's AI better. Someone was showing me that. That was a really great game, Age of Empires 2. Just wondering, what are your thoughts on LXDE if you used it? So I did use it once when, actually I made I have a video, technically I have a video on the one time I used it. I think the video is called My Failed Linux Distribution, and that was when I made, I thought I would try and make a custom Linux distribution for, it had like a modified shell, and the idea would be for like an educational thing for learning Linux. So it would have almost like a guided terminal that would give you information about like how to use the terminal, and give you information about like tab completion and stuff. And I worked on the idea, and eventually I came to the conclusion it was way too much work to maintain. And during that, to make my own, from scratch Linux distribution that I could hook into everything, it was basically just a run through of Linux from scratch. But I went through right up until the getting the graphical interface working, and during that time I did use LXDE as the. In fact, I don't even specifically remember what purpose it serves. It's the. I always mix these terms up. There's the window manager, there's the desktop manager, and then there's maybe a few other terms that people use. But I know they all together provide you with the user interface for using your system. And I think I just basically used the default. Other than that, in terms of actually using Linux on a day-to-day basis, I especially for the graphical parts of Linux, I do zero experimentation. I just always use the default because it's just so much work to get everything installed correctly and to get everything working. And if I played around with this stuff, I would just never get any work done. And it changes all the time too. Even now, even just trying to use my my computer to do work normally. Like the NVIDIA graphics drivers are not working properly on my ThinkPad laptop, and it's supposed to be like an Ubuntu approved laptop. And I would kind of like to, just maybe try reinstalling like the latest minor version of Ubuntu to see if that fixes it, and maybe install the drivers again. But it would basically take I have so much random stuff installed. It would basically put me out of commission, and then I have to. It's just too much work to experiment with this stuff. So I mostly just go with the defaults. Thought you said LSD. Not quite. I think that's why most Linux users are Team Red. I mean, like in the like offensive cybersecurity. I guess I'm not quite sure how that follows from the discussion about like user Windows window managers and stuff, but I mean, if you were going to do we're going to try to hack stuff, I mean, definitely, even if you want to try hacking Windows systems, a lot of pen testing and stuff, it would make sense to do it from Linux way more than Windows. Because Windows, like the fact that there was basically, I don't know, it might be with PowerShell now, but the fact that there's basically there was no way to see like hex editing. Like if you just have some small piece of data and you want to view the hexadecimal for it, there's basically no way to do that in like command.exe. But in Linux, it's there's multiple ways to do that. If your game made enough money to pay for necessities for the rest of your life, would you keep working on this game or do something else? I would say in terms of my life, like what kind of directions do I have in life? Like, why am I doing any of these things? I think I've started off with the goal of wanting to educate people, and I mean, I'm a big advocate of, I think technology has a lot of power to solve the problems in society. But the more I learn about like how academia works and stuff, and how corrupt that system is, and so many more of the problems are not about just developing technology, but like getting people interested in it, getting people educated about it. I think a video game, like a highly technical video game, where there's like I think stuff like having like the ability to control the terrain generation algorithms, the ability if you look at like technical Minecrafting YouTube videos, there's a lot of stuff in there that goes into the the details of the internal workings of how Minecraft works. Although in that case, that's kind of more or less arbitrary. But I think if you actually integrated, like, it would not be difficult to reinvent a game kind of like Minecraft, where there's maybe Factorio might be kind of like this. I've never played it before, but from what I know about it, like there's a lot of people have compared it to just like writing programs, and the ability to get like kids interested in Factorio is much easier than getting them interested in like programming or reading a book on programming. And so that's probably the kind of the spiritual path that I would take, is just getting more and more people interested in something that is going to have that is eventually going to come back and have some useful impact on society, to either educate people or to, get people aware of something that's actually useful and economically productive. I must have misheard. I thought you said NVIDIA drivers were not working on it. Yeah, I was. I have had issues with the NVIDIA drivers with the ThinkPad. LSD. Oh, that was referring to LXDE, which is, I think, like. I can't remember what it's exactly called. If you Google that, it's like the desktop manager or something. Or it's a desktop manager. A game you can hack. I'm almost 10,000 blocks out. Have you tried any of the AI-assisted coding tools like Copilot? I have not. I've not tried any of them yet. I mean, I have played around with ChatGPT and asked it to like write some code for me that does stuff, and it was some interesting results to play around with, but pretty consistently it was wrong on a lot of stuff. In terms of editing, VM is basically what I use for all my code editing. But at the same time, I am kind of growing weary of how I'm kind of like behind the times, and I feel like I should be learning how to use it. But then there's also I do hear a lot of people giving mixed reviews, saying like they use it for they force themselves to use it for 6 months, and it does kind of help sometimes, but then sometimes it's also introduces problems. I asked it for some fairly specific answers on I have a blog post about the Myers diff algorithm, and I remember asking it some questions about that code and its understanding of that algorithm, and there were some times where it did like incredibly impressive stuff. Like I think I gave it like a minified version of the code, and it immediately understood what the code was. But then other stuff like about when I asked like, why does the algorithm do this or that, it would say stuff that didn't make sense. But it was clever enough to like waste a lot of my time, making me think like, wait a minute, like, is it wrong or am I wrong? Highly recommend Cursor. It's incredible IDE. Like it way better than Copilot. Yeah, actually there was what was it? There was an IDE that I tried recently for Java programming. Was it? I can't remember if it was Cursor or not. Or it was yeah, I have trouble like as I'm getting older. There's all these things that get invented, and people are like, "Hey, what do you think about this tool?" And like, I've never used this, but I have heard about like lead code. People will grind lead code before they get a job, but I think lead code existed like after I had done any of my my full times. So I came completely after that. And of course, a lot of these fads go away. Like I've never used Rust, but I think a lot of the momentum behind Rust was from the like Firefox was putting money, or Mozilla, the company, was putting money into that. But I think they laid off a bunch of their core team who were developing it. So who knows if that's going to slow it down, or if it'll if Rust will kind of die off. Maybe people won't use it. It outsources critical thinking skills. It can make you dumber over time. Yeah, that's what I've heard some people say. But at the same time, it's like it's good enough that it makes me think. Like maybe I'm just being too negative. I don't want to be a Luddite. Watching you solve some lead code questions would be fun. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I almost feel like I haven't written any code like that in quite a while. It'd probably be difficult to get back into it. I'd have to I'll probably make a lot of dumb mistakes. But I don't know, maybe I should, so I don't lose those skills. What about the Linux rewrite in Rust? I don't have an opinion on it. All I know is there was I was kind of surprised. I was kind of surprised that they were actually putting Rust in the Linux kernel. But then I heard recently there was some kind of like drama involving the Rust and Linux kernel. So, in my opinion, the result of whatever that drama is will probably determine the fate of Rust in the Linux kernel. Because if they resolve that drama and get that under control and things die down, then maybe it'll work out, or maybe it'll blow up, and then someone will say, no, we're never adding Rust. We're removing all Rust from the Linux kernel. I think the Rust dev resigned, and Linus said nah. Yeah, I don't even know what the drama was. I just know there was some drama, and it's one of those things that I don't care enough about to even learn. I'll just wait until it's over and then ask what the conclusion was. Well, it's good that I don't have any database lag. I'm out 12,000 blocks. So that means I've got there's quite a bit of stuff in the database. Do you have any content planned you want to do now that you're going full-time YouTube, Sean? I guess the main thing I'm working on right now is some scripted long-form content. I'm gonna try to do a few videos, kind of following up on my last few, about some more broad reach videos, and we'll see if that keeps up the brings in some more revenue, and then eventually what I wanted to get back to is some of the more Linuxy technical content. And for the live streams, I've been thinking about getting a second camera, and there's some stuff I might be able to do with that. I mean, I have a lot of interest. I was thinking about doing maybe some, also doing some like microchip inspection, which might be a little bit more. Like some people ask about like watching me code and stuff, but I don't know. There's tons of you can watch people code in all kinds of live streams, and that's it's easy to find that. But I have a bunch of microchips that it'd be kind of fun to look at under the microscope, and that would be maybe interesting to live stream. And it's kind of novel. There's not a lot of there's very few people, or basically zero people doing that. What do you think about developers in Indonesia, many of whom are now being paid cheaply? Is it possible that they will move abroad? It's a good question. I mean, developers. I mean, it all depends on the immigration numbers and like how many people are allowed. I mean, it depends. If you move abroad, it depends where you mean they will go. It's impossible to give a really good general answer on that. To move, you have to get a visa, and countries generally only gives out so many visas under certain conditions. Oh, my camera's kind of lopsided. I should probably have it turned a bit more. Yes, that'd be dope. I'd love to learn more about chips. Yeah, there's probably some stuff. I honestly don't know a lot myself, but from like looking at some of the chips, there's a few things that you just figure out, and stuff that's like not super obvious. Have you ever considered making each block its own Gen AI? Depends what you mean by that, but using AI for a game like this is something I do think about. That's kind of one of the reasons why I think it makes sense to like start off with the internal logic and just having it being terminal based. Because, if I can make it work in the terminal, it's kind of portable enough that I could, you could make a 3D version, but then have the all the skins for it be like AI generated. What kind of game are you playing? So this is a game that I made. It's a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So you wander around an infinite procedurally generated universe, and all the graphics are emoji characters that are represented in the terminal, in the Linux terminal, and you press M to mine the blocks. And the object of the game is to mine all of the blocks, of which there are an infinite number. What's your take on Dwarven Fortress? I've like read about the game. I've never played it, but I've read a lot about it, and like I guess the kind of the meta interest of the game is more interesting to me than the game itself. But like I guess in some ways that's kind of why I thought it would make sense to pursue something like this, because Dwarf Fortress has been successful, and it started as basically just a very abstract game, and the fact that people can actually develop some attachment for it. But of course, when the graphics are, if people can come, if you can build out the game logic, then you can always improve the graphics later. And if it's very like discrete, if it's just a bunch of blocks, it's very easy to reskin that or to make it 3D or. But Dwarf Fortress, I think, is an interesting case study. It gets into like some fundamental questions on like what is a game, and like why people become interested in games. How would you make a competent Linux user quickly? I guess depends on what you mean by competent and what you want to accomplish. If you're asking for yourself, like if you're thinking about switching from Windows to Linux, or like from Mac to Linux or something. The way I would do it is find an old laptop that you have that you don't really care about, like an old slow one, and where you don't care about all the data is backed up on it, and install Ubuntu. Don't bother picking some fancy distribution. I mean, maybe you can pick Linux Mint if you want or something, or just install Ubuntu on an old laptop. And then try to get to a point where you can do basically anything you want on it. If that's browsing stuff, or I mean, a lot of people just do everything in a web browser these days. But if you do, if there are other things you find, like if you use like accounting spreadsheets and stuff like that, there's an equivalent that's not quite as good for Linux, and then find some replacement, some open source replacement for all your favorite Windows apps. And if you can manage to survive on that spare laptop, if you can do everything you do on your main computer on that computer, then it's and if you can survive that way for 6 months or something, then maybe you can start to think about switching. Or maybe give it a year, go through like tax season and everything, because every once in a while there's some old program that you don't use often. But I'd say that's the main thing. And if you're going to try and switch, go through like a transitionary period. And of course it depends depends what you mean by a competent Linux user. If you're all, like, you may be asking that as someone who's already kind of familiar with, you know, using Linux on a day-to-day basis. And in that case, if you want to become, it depends what you want to do. If you're a developer, or if you want to do like DevOps, you want to have a job managing servers and stuff, there's a whole route you can go down. But other than that, it kind of depends on what specific thing you want to accomplish. yeah, LibreOffice. I love your Linux-based terminal videos, shorts, very entertaining, informative. I was wondering why you use Ubuntu in particular and not Debian or Arch-based. Ubuntu is Debian-based, if I understand correctly. I have used Arch in the past, and Arch is just, in my experience, it's just too bleeding edge. For what I would say, like, if I was if I was a kernel developer, and if I was specifically building desktop software for Linux, I probably would use Arch, because it would matter to me to have the latest, like when some some kernel problem is fixed, or something to do with some bug in dbus manager or something that's fixed, I would probably want to be on Arch so I can get the latest one. So that's my opinion on Arch. Is if you want to develop Linux desktop software itself, it makes more sense to be on Arch. But since I don't do that, I mainly like, for example, for doing this live stream, the thing I have to do is I have to plug all these HDMIs and stuff together, and then I have to use OBS, and I have to get it to stream, and it's very important that OBS not crash randomly. So for me, it's important that I be on like a stable version, which actually means I'm on an older version. There's a newer version that I wanted, because I think it has some like chat integrations and stuff, but I'm stuck with the older one and I think I could probably get it. I could probably install it as like a snap maybe or something, but yeah, in my experience, Arch is just if you do an update on Arch, you can very much expect like some driver for your hard drive, it's going to break, and then you're like stuck in the grub boot menu trying to fix your hard drive drivers or something. I also haven't used Arch in quite a few years, so the experience might be a bit different now. That makes sense. Thanks for answering. No problem. Oh, we got our fourth channel member, PH4T3. Welcome to the student tier. So we're now at the 50% mark. I actually am a student. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I guess my tiers are appropriately priced. What's your major? Yes, of course. I guess there's personally, I did software engineering. There's a few tangentially related careers that can lead you to programming. Oh, looks like we had our fifth new channel member. Welcome, E. Jacobs Motors Drives to the student tier. I beg bro doesn't know about the Costco guys. I don't know what that comment is talking about. So at this time I have no comment. Boom. No chicken bake for this C's or CS man. None of my flabbers are gasted, to be honest. All right. I hope that's what you wanted. Do y'all who are affected by the ongoing eviction situation at your building talk to each other about it, or not really? Yeah, some people do. It's some people are stressed out about it, and I guess it really depends when there's when stuff is happening, like when there's new notices or when there's some there's new developments. But then I guess kind of over time people kind of default to just going back to their own thing, because people are not only dealing with that but also their own personal their own personal struggles and dramas and stuff. But yeah, I guess this is kind of whenever there's whenever something whenever there's like an update in the something happens at the tenant board, or have you heard of NAND to Tetris? Considering taking it to that to learn all the lower level stuff and fill in holes that I didn't learn in uni. NAND to Tetris. I'm not familiar with that at all. Is it something to do with NAND circuits? What are you doing? I'm currently mining blocks in my block mining, terminal-based block mining simulation game. So this is a infinite procedurally generated universe of blocks, and I use the WASD keys to move around and just spam the M key to mine blocks. Does this mine real blocks? I would say no. I would not consider these real in any meaningful sense. What's the point of the game? The point of the game is to mine all of the blocks in the game, and there are an infinite number of blocks in the game, so that will take a very long time. When are you adding crafting? Currently, the crafting already exists. So to craft, there's only I think only like 3 recipes. So if I go up to 0 here, tell me your favorite command. I actually have a video, one of the most recent videos, shorts videos. I talked about that. So yeah, if I go up here, and right now, so I have some. So right now I'm only mining 1 block at a time every time I press M. But if I go up here and I press the M key on a bunch of these wooden blocks, so now I've got a whole bunch of wooden blocks. If I press the C key, let's see, might be off the grid. I need to make this. See, where is wooden pickaxe? Is it on here? Why don't I have wooden pickaxes showing up? Okay, I think it goes by so the crafting is not sophisticated right now. It just has if you press C, it just automatically looks to see if you have enough reagents available, and then it automatically uses the closest available crafting recipe. So I think it tries to craft iron if you have it, and then it tries to craft an iron pickaxe if you have the reagents, And so as I'm pressing C, I'm getting more iron pickaxes here. Let me make that bigger. I need to make this one of the next things to fix this UI so that so this doesn't go off the screen, and so I can actually scroll. Yeah, so I'm pressing C and it's making some iron pickaxes here. So that is the crafting feature. Now the future thing will be to make it so you can actually select which type of pickaxe you have equipped. To have like a so one of the last things I added was like an extra frame. So right now we've got a help menu, but in the future, now that I have a framing system, I can have a frame here for like an equipment inventory, items that you equipped, and then you can explicitly specify which pickaxe you want to use, or which crafting recipe you want to invoke. Are you going to add more to the game loop, or just keep it nonchalant? I would like to add more, but the main thing is money and time. So at the moment, the thing that is making the most amount of money for me is the long form YouTube content. So I'm going to keep working on that, and eventually I'll probably I think I've only made like a couple $100 from this game so far, but eventually I'll do kind of another push to maybe add a little bit more content. And I mean, before all I had was just an idea for this, but now I actually have a thing I can demo, and there's I've educated more people about the existence of this. So maybe for the next one I can make something more than a couple $100. And yeah, but of course it'll have to be all based on whatever I can actually make sales for, and maybe eventually I'll just end up taking money from like the YouTube content. Maybe I'll hire someone to actually build out the game, because I'm sure there's no shortage of developers out there who would like to develop software for a terminal-based block mining game. Ninja Tetris is a course in which you build everything from scratch up running Tetris. Interesting. I assume you must start from NAND gates. How long have you been working on this? That's a good question. I think I started it. Maybe like a couple of years ago, as I started working on like a little bit of the code, and then I didn't like nothing on it for maybe a year, and then I think I put a decent amount of time into it up until for a couple of months before November. I think I put a bit of work into it. So it's been kind of very much an on-off thing. If you add the Costco guys to this, it will be low-key, be bustin' for real. That must be a reference to some kind of meme that I'm not fully in on. Have you worked with curses and curses before? Would be great for something like this. Yeah, I have. I have actually thought about. I have not used ncurses calls for this, but I have thought about. So I had to add a J and I interface to access some like signal handler functions and stuff in C and C++. So I may, since I already have that, I may actually just add in some of the ncurses calls. There's a few, this is getting ahead of myself, but actually adding like mouse support, so you could like click on stuff, and then it would select the frame based on where you clicked and stuff. But that's not that kind of stuff is theoretically possible, but at this time it's not high priority. And UX45 says, hello, how's it going? my favorite mining game. It's my favorite as well. I need to write a best man speech in Italian, but I don't speak Italian. Which Linux command will help me with that? If you're serious, you could, of course, just use Google Translate. But if you really want a Linux command for that, you can use the Amazon Web Services command. If you have an AWS account, you can use the AWS API to run a translation command. I actually have, it's not on this computer, but in a script somewhere, I have a command that would like literally do exactly that, where you just put the speech in a text file, and then just run like AWS translate -- file equals whatever, source language equals English, destination equals Italian, or I think you have to use the language code or whatever. But it's doable. There's Linux commands for everything. I was actually working on a terminal-based block miner myself, and was stumped. But then I was alone in the war room by myself with Tristan Tate. Why? Because I studied. I'm just trying to make sense of that comment. Because you studied. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it sounds like things worked out for you, so I think everything will be all right. Are you just relaxing, or is there a reason you've been mining for a while? This has been the so I don't have any content prepared for the stream, so this is just my my last few streams. I've just been talking with chat. So we've got a new member here, 5. Welcome to the member tier. So that's even higher than the student tier. So now it's 6 new members for the stream. We're 75% of the way to our goal. And so yeah, to further answer your question, so the goal for the stream is just to before I did a one where I just I was live streaming until I get X in super chat donations, and I would just double it each time. That's why I completed that series, and now I'm doing live streaming until I gain X number of channel members, and so I've just been doubling it each time. So this time is 8 channel members, and so next time I'll be going for 16. So we'll see how long that goes, because this one has gone for quite a while. So for next week, I'll have to prepare some more content because the block mining I think it gets a bit old after a while. But it is a pretty decent like vegetative thing where I can actually just like do something and then space out and look at the chat. A digital fidget device. Yeah, I guess that's one way to describe the game. Build 3D says hi. How's it going? You better prep some food and caffeine for next time. Yeah, I'll have to see. Maybe I don't know. We'll see how the streaming times for this series have been kind of random. So, it's definitely taking longer than the super chat ones, but which makes sense, I guess. Hey there, I'm new here. Can you do things with your mined materials? Right now, you cannot do anything. So there's you collect all the items, and there's absolutely no application for them, other than with the iron oxide, you can turn that into the metallic iron, and you can use the wooden blocks for making picks. But other than that, there's no application of any of the block types at the moment. Although in the future, the goal will be to add more game mechanics, and probably some more. I'm kind of thinking that to make the game internally consistent, I'll probably start off with like so if Carl did like a block mining game, I think it would make sense to focus basically like all the game mechanics specifically around mining, and then once it's kind of like fleshed out, like I would think it makes sense to mine more, to have more like advanced mining equipment or something. I'll have to think about how exactly that's implemented, but and I've thought about I mean, a game like Minecraft has so much potential, but that potential has not really been realized. I've been thinking like to me it's kind of crazy that a game like Minecraft has existed for as long as it has, and no one's really ever. I mean, there's probably like mods for it, but like completely extending it to the entire periodic table, and having like an actually like a chemically and stoichiometrically accurate version of like just mining stuff. Mining is kind of like a very fundamental, primal human thing. Nice. I like the idea. It's cool to see someone working on a terminal game. I like to do the same in my free time. Yeah, the code for this game is available. So if there's any kind of things you wonder about, like how something works in the terminal, you can just check out the code. Well, it's 5 a.m. and I can't oversleep. Going to vote today. Have a comfy evening. Yeah, 5 a.m. It's past your bedtime. Have a good night, and thanks for the channel membership. See you on next time, hopefully. By then, might have a lot of Linux questions. Sure. This is the place to ask them. So the question marks, those are unloaded areas of the map where there's no information about what's at that location. And then the U's are areas that are known to be uninitialized. So it first does a request to the server to say, like, what's at that location, and it'll come back. Either it comes back with a block data, or it says there's nothing there. And then the way it works right now is the client will, if there's nothing there, the client will then initialize it, that's something that actually I need to change in the future, so that it's the server thread that is initializing the blocks instead of the client, which is like as a security thing, it wouldn't make sense for the client to be always initializing stuff. So we got a new channel member, so we're up to 7. So we're 1 away from the goal. Welcome to the newest channel member, Obsidian Coffin. Thank you for the channel membership. Almost there. Okay, we have some trapped miners in the in the game that we can rescue. Actually, that's a good idea for like an initial like a mob type or something. Oh, so we're at our channel member goal for the stream. Welcome to Dougie Doomer, to the student here. And with that, it looks like we're at our goal. So we'll call it a stream there. We mined a great number of blocks in this stream, and we'll be doing the same. Well, roughly the same thing. I'll try to produce some better content for next stream, and so next week we'll try for 16 new members, and then we'll see what happens. So thank you guys for tuning in, and see you next week.